Hello, my name is Dallas, and today I'm back with more Stellar Blade. And today the goal is pretty much to finish up all of the canned collectibles that I have, and then move into what should be the final story areas. Off stream, I did take a moment to basically figure out where every remaining can is going to be that I have access to without progressing the story. And I have a list pulled up on their exact locations when I get to them. So with that, I think I'm just gonna start off by finishing up the Wasteland, which has 3 that I missed. Most of the ones I need are in the Great Desert. And ideally, hopefully I'll find some upgrades for energy and health. Because from what I was able to find, the final area does not have all of the upgrades I'll need, meaning that I've missed some in some of the other areas. I believe there's one can kind of on this section over here. Based on the locations of the ones that I'm missing here, these are just kind of ones that are slightly out of the way that I didn't run into or didn't see. I thought it was supposed to be in this little section. There's the ledge that I missed. Now, where is this trying to go? I kind of just took a vague glimpse of them, and I didn't really look much further than that. There's definitely a thing I can swing on there. Do I need to just leap for it? Okay, there's a little wood platform over there. Don't know if it's related to this one, but I'm going to hope it is. Also, I didn't see where it took me. Yeah, this is a sneaky one. I would have probably not known this was here. Don't know what happened there. Okay, at least it put me on this platform so I don't have to scale all the way across. Hopefully I'm going the right way. And this isn't just like a shortcut to another place I could have already reached. And we got it. I was kind of hoping it was gonna have the number so I could just cross it off, but it's fine. And how do I leave? I guess that works. The next one is kind of right here. I did not check if there was a closer fast travel point, but I should do that now. Looks like over to the junkyard is probably the closest. Yeah, there's only 3 here, and then the vast majority of the ones I'm missing are in the Great Desert, which I kind of assumed. Because the desert does just kind of seem to have a lot of areas that I have no reason to pass through. And it's just kind of a flat area where I could find anything. Kinda hoping I was gonna get an ambush there. But I guess we'll take that. I also only need tacky mode as far as random kills, and I need to do perfect dodges. This one it says is somewhere around here. Let me take a look. Apparently it was that robot that I couldn't figure out what to do with. I was just supposed to shoot that. Well, that was easy enough. It's that one I saw earlier, and I saw it was a thing I could interact with, but I didn't know what it wanted from me. So now, which one am I missing? I didn't get the number on the other one. And number 41. Which it says is in the southeast portion. Or southwest, I mean. So it's somewhere kind of over here. Looks like there is a jump path to it, so I just need to fast travel over there. I really did not like that attacking mode. I think it's completely hard frozen, so I need to probably reset, and it should just take me back around here. So I will be right back. And we're back. That was pretty quick. The problem is I don't know if it saved the can I just picked up, so I might need to go for that. Well, I guess I'll take 3 enemies there. If the robot's gone, then we can just leave. The robot is back. Luckily, autosaves are pretty frequent. I just don't know if it actually saved this one. Gonna guess that's a no. So let me just go ahead and do that, because I did realize that I'm still using shotgun. And for the last camp, this area back down here. Basically looks like just north of the camp there was some ledges I can climb, and I'm almost certain I've seen these ledges. I just don't think I ever went back this way. I think it's these ones. I might have gotten here and not known where to go. Okay, there's an enemy up there. I definitely never saw these swing paths, though. Actually, where am I trying to go? There's like a bridge up there, but I don't see any other paths. I guess not there. It's not the most clear where I'm supposed to swing at that. There's like a bridge up there, but I don't think there's any way for me to reach it. There's a small ledge here, but I didn't see anything on it. Okay, I guess it was this little path. I think I didn't land fully, so it counted as a double jump. Yeah, I guess at least I know where to go now, and then that'll be all of the cans for the wasteland. The big thing I'm hoping I did miss is, since I can only miss 2 energy and 2 health upgrades, I don't know what ones I'm missing, and there's not really a good layout to determine what ones I missed. So if it comes down to it for those, I'll just have to basically pick an area and then commit to finding everyone to see if I've already got it, unless I vividly remember grabbing it. We got him in a few perfect dodges mixed in there. There's one. Love to see it, because that's one thing I don't have to worry about.
No, I don't feel like praying.
Energy one. So there's exactly one more energy that I have to find. Assuming I find everyone in the final area. So there's one. Yeah, basically there's, if I remember right, there's 2 energy and 2 health in the final area, which we need to go to later. And I need one more upgrade of energy in order to get the trophy. Meaning there's 1 energy. Actually, there's 3 energies I missed somewhere. And I need to find one of them. I will say the Exospine I got is making it way more frequent for me to get those burst abilities, which are quite strong. But with that, for now, we are done with the Wasteland. Because the only thing left that I could possibly need to find here would be either a body or an energy core that I missed. So then we go back to Zion, and now we go to the Great Desert. There's a lot more collectibles in the Great Desert that I missed. Like, there's at least 8. Also, I did check how many boxes I needed. And according to the trophy last I checked before I started, I needed to open 8 crates. And then we're done with required treasures. Which effectively means that if 8 of these cans are in crates, then I'm done with that. So the goal here is basically just to find every can. If I happen to find any more body or beta cores, then we're good. If I find one more beta core, then we're done with those. I mean, if I find another one, it'll help me so I can skip one later, but I need at least one if I clear out the next big open story area. I don't know how many HP I'm at, but I know I need one level.
Underneath the sand. They're wandering around looking for something to hunt. Be careful as you go.
This one just kinda says it's a crate just out here on the ground somewhere. I think I'm actually done with robots, because I don't think there's an trophy for drone upgrades. And I don't remember if I bought the last upgrade or not. So I didn't really explore anything around the southwestern part, because I only, like, traveled to and from here. But it is just kind of saying that specifically somewhere on the ground there's a crate that I have to break, and it'll reveal a can. It's somewhere kind of in this area. That looks like a stack of crates up there. Let's go check that out. Guess not that one. Based on the map, there's no landmarks. It's just kind of... maybe that's them there. Nope, that's just a pile of rocks.
What was it like before the colony extinction?
It was a dense forest. From above, it practically looked like a sea of trees. But the wars ruined everything.
It says it's mostly buried, which doesn't help me a lot. And we got it. Yeah, there's no way I would have found that one naturally. There's another one way in the northwest. Guess I'll just fast travel there from the phone over here. Done my dodge there. The only thing I think I dislike about attacking mode is the damage is very low, but it does make me immortal while using it, so I can understand why. Where is the phone from here? And I'm like right next to it. Don't see anything major here, so let's just go for the next numbered can. And I'm basically just going in numbered order, so the routing for this will not make much sense, but it's fine. Dodge wrong way, but it's fine. And they managed to pull off a different type of counter. I should try to get more used to those, even if I don't use them frequently enough. This one is another just kind of random crate on the ground, but this one, if I interact with it, then it activates 3 things that I gotta shoot. I guess actually this is a treasure chest that I just didn't see. This one I could have maybe randomly found if I was wandering around looking for it. Next one is on top of the hyper tube. Way to the east. So technically it'll probably be better if I fast travel to it. This is actually almost near where the side quest I ran into was. I just needed to go basically further down the tube, I think. Also just ran body. I don't need those, but there's no reason not to grab them because it is skill points, which I do need more skill points. I also did see that there is one near the oasis, which I could have definitely found on my own, but I just never went, I think, the direction that it was. Because I always tried to beeline it for the fishing shack when I needed to like go around the outside. Part of the reason I'm taking time to focus on going for perfect dodges is because I need like 60. And that's definitely the most combat specific things that I have left. Yeah, there's the crate. If I just had continued along this line, I would have stumbled onto it, but I stopped after I did the side quest because then I pivoted to main story. With that though, only 5 left that I have access to. One is the Oasis one. I mean, I could fast travel there, but it's literally in sight. It might take me a little bit closer if I do fast travel, but I think it's maybe almost longer to go to the fast travel point. Still no sign of any body or beta cores, which has me questioning whether I should pull those up. Because again, I need at least 1 beta core, and I don't remember how many body cores I have, but I'm gonna assume I need at least 2 of those. And there's the next one. Next one is far southwest. So along here. I should check what I want to buy with skill points next. If I need something that costs 4, I'll wait, otherwise I will just dump all the points I have. I do have something that needs 4, so I'll save up for that. Other than the boost, everything else costs 1. Fast travel fun. Definitely don't want to activate the heal yet because I have plenty of potions and also would revive everything around here. Somebody's mad. Few more perfect dodges. I definitely should be aggressively scanning so I don't run by an accidental upgrade. But I'm kind of hoping at least one of them will be by the cans like that one I ran into earlier. There's the spot. There's an upgrade in there, or at least it looks like it. Either an upgrade or info. Only one of which I need. I didn't realize I was gonna move up. There's the next one. But it definitely seems like we want to continue on this line because there might be another upgrade. I don't mess up and fall down. I think I have to go up here. They're making me do this much work for it. I hope it's an upgrade I need. It is not. Is a passcode though. I think it said it was for a chest in the Oasis. Also, apparently I have 3 other passcodes I can turn in, so I should probably do all of those. I don't know if they give me anything particularly good, but I would like to have those done. Let's just go try to grab that. Make sure there's no goodies here. Yeah, the only reason I really need to fight any enemies is for perfect dodges or tacky kills. I think I've already got all the drone upgrade and random upgrade parts I need. There's a chest. I don't know if I'll get knocked out of combat because I'm underwater. And I did. That was the reason that I need to go for chests, is I still need a couple random outfits. And if one of them happens to give me an outfit, then I might be able to get the 30 I need. I know cans will give me 1, I needed like 4. So drone is already done. That's kind of the only reason I need to go for robots or chests, is because they might give me one of the last handful of outfits I need. So from here, I can either go for passcodes or I go for the next can. I think we'll focus can next, sir. I was pulling up a map screen at the next one. This one is over here. Kind of in this area where there was a lot of problems. But apparently there was one I missed because I needed to push a bunch of boxes to it, or I didn't see it. Let's just activate tech mode to get a few more kills. This one, it says there's a... It's not this one. I still realize there's a door here. Because I need to look for a parking area. Which it looks like that's my spot. 1, 2, 2, 3. 1, 2, 2, 3. That's 1, 3. I'll say it is nice that the can reader does have a pretty visible input when I get close to it, but also it's not something I would ever be looking for. Because the drone just kind of glows yellow and sparks when I think we're near one. Yeah, there's some really obscure ones like that one crate that was half buried where I would really need to be randomly looking for the drone. Actually, that is 1, 3, never mind. Thought it was just a 3. Okay, maybe it's specifically, I need 12 and 2, in which case the 2 is in the back. One, 2 is over there. Just thought I was trying to get the numbers, but I guess it is. They are definitely paired up. Yeah, we got it. Two more, and then we're done with everyone that we have access to. Also, just wanted to take a quick peek around to make sure that there's no other random collectibles. Don't see any. Are slightly blocking the fast travel points. I think I have to wait for them to pass, so I can get it. Next one is kind of by this fire, but I need to pretty much just go straight west from it. And I gotta find the easiest way to actually reach it. I definitely did spend a lot of time in this area, but I don't think I ever went over this way. Also, that's the only time I think a smart mine is required to get one. Unless there's another method that I don't know about, but that's the one that they recommended. A little early on those. I'm also trying to figure out what counts for the dodge timing. Or like the counter timing, I should say. Because it does seem like there's a window where I have to activate it. Last can that I have access to. I was trying to look around to see if there's any random thing that I should try to pick up, and I don't see anything. One is can number 48, which will be the last one we need. It's somewhere in the southeast. Apparently, like in this little area. Means I need to find both either a fast travel point or I need to go a very long distance. Where's the closest fast travel point to me? The one I just left, which is gonna be a pain to get back to, and I would have to fight everything. Did I just not scan this person who was here? Really sad. Getting a little bit low on heals, let's just play safe. I think I might need to take the heal in the next one, and also I need to drop off my skill points because I'm past 4. It is admittedly tempting to look up where all the body cores are for this area to see if I got all these. Because if I got everyone here, so there was a crate up there that I never did figure out how to get. That looks like maybe an upgrade there. I might need to try to get whatever's here. Does do almost all of their health. I would say the crate is definitely the less important of the two, but if that is a health upgrade up there, then I need that immediately. Or even if it's an energy upgrade. If it's either of those two, then we need it. Because that's potentially one entire collectible that I won't have to hunt around for with a guide. That's all I can do with the crate. I don't want to activate the enemies because I did just clear them out. Still need quite a few skill points, so definitely want to keep on that skill point buff. There's a way I can climb. It is one of the upgrades I needed. It's a body core. Apparently I need a few of those. I need to find 2 body cores somewhere. It's not in the final area of the game. It feels like this might be a passcode one, or at least it feels like it's a more one because it's a bigger crate. Question is, how do I get it? Easy answer seems to be I need to figure out a way to get this box out of there, but the box did let me grab that. Was almost enough of a cheese method to get it. I never really used smart mines, but I just kind of want to see what it did. There's a path for me to very clearly climb to get to that one. This one seems much more vague on how I reach it. And I don't know if there's anywhere that I can, like, put the crate that would bring it over there. Or even just give me a better spot to jump from. Like, this is the furthest over I can bring it because of these gates. Is basically under this. There's nothing that I can obviously break to free up more area. Like, the presentation seems to be that I should have another purpose for that crate. Otherwise, I need to do some really fancy skips to get over there. There's nothing else nearby that looks like it would help with the puzzle or be obviously a part of it. Like, none of those seem to be breakable. Well, I could hypothetically jump over to this. I don't know what that does for me if I do. Because I've already got the upgrade that's there. It doesn't seem like that leads me to anything else. If I were going based purely on how it looks like the crate should go here. But I don't see any way for me to get it out of there. There is a way that it almost feels like it looks intentionally blocked. Because I had to break the crates just to pull it out from here, which gave me access to the camp. Like, this looks like the only spot that it could hypothetically get out of this area, just because it could go over that. There's a big box in the way. I can't break this box as far as I know. If I could, then I could have just skipped the crates from before. The only thing I can think of is that I need to just use that one building to jump to it, where there's no clear platforms. I just kind of have to land on it and hope that's good enough. Which seems actively wrong. Unless there's another piece of the puzzle that I'm just not seeing around here. Like, there is that one box, I think, way over on the other side that I would really hope I wouldn't have to drag across the entire desert. But maybe I do. Because there's this crate here, which there's technically nothing stopping me from dragging it out of the way, but also that kinda is rough, if that's the answer. I had to use this crate to get up there to get one thing. I mean, I guess we're just gonna commit because I want this crate bad enough. 'Cause again, if it's an outfit, then that's one less thing I have to hunt for. This one really is rough to move. It seems like it is one of the few crates that does not hover. Like, this feels like the wrong answer, but it is an answer. Which at this point, I will take it. Yeah, there's nothing stopping me from just bringing this crate all the way across this desert section to that building and then just setting it up. If it's something like I had to use a grenade on one of those boxes to get rid of them, that would feel bad. Because I know there was that one chest that required the smart mine. But even that feels like something I would never figure out unless I was just trying every item on that spot. I think my initial thought when I saw it was I was supposed to get up to that cliffside and then somehow like double jump to it. At the very least, I know that I have all the passcodes, so if it is a passcode, then it shouldn't lock me out. This will definitely give me the height I need. Because I think even with regular double jump, I'm close to reaching it, but just not quite there. Unless there's a specific spot I need to hit with a ledge grab. But usually they mark them, and I didn't see any marks. But we finally made it. And we got it first try. That's 200 crates opened. There is nothing worthwhile in there. Cool. Like, I think that gives me stuff to make suits, but I would prefer a design to make a suit. Let's heal up. And then try to fast travel to the final can that I can get. I will say I might need to go hunt for body corpse. Because now that I saw how many I have, I know that I need a minimum of 2 before going into the next area. If I don't randomly stumble on one while heading there now, then we might need to go hunt for where I missed. Right for that. I thought that was me winning the fight there, but apparently they got the finisher. Okay, the crate is up there. I'm guessing that's my way down and not my way up. Okay, that's too far away. Really trying for that perfect dodge, but they just were not cooperating. Or for the counter, I should say. This is definitely one that was suspicious enough that I could have maybe found it if I just looked at the map a bit more closely. That was here. That's not quite high enough. And I also know that there's no body or energy cores in the abyss areas, so I don't even need to bother checking those. That is all available cans. Let me do a quick skim of body cores in the desert while we're here. Obviously, one I just got, we can ignore. A broken building, kind of just northeast of that. I feel like I've probably got that one, but I guess we'll look just to be sure. I can skip beta cores, but body cores I need 100. Because... Actually, no, wait, I still need 1 beta core. That is quicksand. Because if I rule out all of them here, I feel like Wasteland I was pretty thorough in, but I don't quite know how thorough. But on the other hand, I feel like 807 I probably was not nearly thorough enough in. And if anything is going to probably have the cores I'm missing, it would be there. Okay, this one I feel like I got. Dude. That did not heal me as much as I was hoping. That's a mine. Feel like I got the one here. I do remember going through this area, I just don't remember what I got in this area. But it was kind of just on the ground in one of these buildings. And scanning and looking up, there's no highlighted stuff. I feel like when I'm looking this intently, I would see a body. So let's assume I got that one. Again, I can miss two as long as I get both of the ones in the final area. End of the pathway past the parking lot. So where I just was, to get the other can. Just go ahead and up because I think none of them will be on the way. I do keep trying to open my map while sitting down, and apparently that is not allowed. Downside is this is kind of a little bit out of the way, but I can just kind of go around the city. Actually, fast travel over there. Definitely just want to rule out anything here. I'm still going to be short one body core, but if I can fully rule out one area, then that would be ideal. There it is, so I did not get this one. Let's go, attack mode. Gotta heal at least so that didn't kill me. But I did not get... Actually, I might have gotten one kill with tacky mode. So now here's the question. Because I know I have to go somewhere else for... Actually, never mind. apparently in Spire 4 there is 4. So I didn't need to get that one, but that means that since I did get it, I missed basically one energy core and one body core somewhere else, but I can just do the last area and get the ones I need for the trophy. I thought there was only 2 of each in Spire 4, but apparently there's 4 of each. Meaning we are ready for story. I'll do a quick trip into Zion to see if there's anything that showed up on the billboard. Otherwise, I should assume that I've completed everything up until this point. And by completed, I mean, like, got everything that will help with the trophies. So it turns out I didn't actually need that energy or the body core that I found, but it will make it so I can miss something in the final area and not have to worry too much. Although ideally I would like to get the trophies while I'm there. With that though, let's check the request board. Then I think we're good to go. I obviously can't get the suit because I don't have the cans that are in the final area. But when I do get that area finished, that's at least one more suit for the list. I forgot how many I was at the last time I ended, but I know I needed less than 4. But I don't remember if I found any more after that.
Alright, let's take a look at some of the stories of the citizens.
All of those are completed. Bought all the information based on the stuff that I saw. Don't need any drone upgrades and everything else is maxed, assuming I spent on my damage cores. I wonder if I have a damage core on me. If I don't...
Hello there.
Good to see you, Digger.
I'm glad that I moved here. It's all thanks to you, Eve.
No, please. There's no need to thank me.
So yeah, I've got everything here. I'll just buy the last one of these so I get all the limited things. I have hundreds of those and 16 of those, so I'll just buy as many as I can afford of these. Which is 1.
Thank you for choosing Spotter Energy.
Farewell, Digger. And Spotter as well.
Then with that, we should be good to continue the story, which will take us... I think it goes to the true ending area first, and then to the final area of the game. Then as long as we might finish the story today, depending on how long this area is. Which would be great. There's 4 cans left, and all 4 of them are in the last area. So we go.
Are you already prepared to leave?
Mm-hmm. Just finished.
And you, Lily?
We're going to be so close to the colony. It's just a lot for me to process.
There's no need to overthink it. Eve is the one going to space anyway. You and I will be waiting in the tetrapod.
I know, but
Well, we'll see what she sees. So physical distance won't really matter. Okay? Let's go. Are you ready to leave now? regrets. Hey, just a reminder, we're heading into space, so expect the journey to be a long one. You should try to take care of everything you need to in Zion before we leave.
Give me a bit of
Let me
time.
just double check my mission list, because that's probably the most direct way to do it. As well, I'm pretty sure I finished every mission. Yeah, only main story left. Because this is definitely the first point of no return, because they just told me it was. I'm a bit surprised that I haven't found a better version of those. Or maybe I did and I just didn't have it equipped. I'm gonna be honest, I thought that it just upgraded it, but maybe I've been using worse versions of my gear this whole time. That's 15% compared to 10%. That's actually my bad then. Yeah, even for fixed damage gear, I was using a worse version. Only 3 stars I have are combat supplies, which is not the most exciting. Crit boost, which is a maybe. Combo attack and I really only have the first grade of that one. Actually, I did forget about the other passcode I wanted to do. Maybe we grab those.
Are you ready to leave now? No regrets.
I kind of want the passcodes because they might give me something good, and apparently I just realized that some of the gear I've been using is still level 1, and I don't have a better version of it. I'm not going to look up where the better version is, but if it's in the passcode boxes, I would really like to get that. And the 2 I have, it says it's in the destroyed hypertube and by the solar tower, which are 2 very identifiable areas. I just need to figure out where a crate is in there. Like, this is obviously solar tower area. But is it actually in the solar tower or just nearby? Seems like up here's kind of a dead end. And again, I still need more suits, and I don't have enough guaranteed suits locked in that I'm going to need to find another one. me check just the collectible list and see if I can find them. Apparently it is a little bit more out of the way than I thought it was going to be. It's like right here. I'm too far to the west. It feels like I should be able to ledge grab to there. Didn't realize it was still alive. Not entirely sure what that is, but I'm going to assume I don't need it. Oh, it's up there. Okay, one of... Or it's not. Well, I found a chest, but I didn't find the passcode chest. saying it's in kind of a fenced off area. If that's the case, then I have no idea what it's talking about. Unless this is talking specifically about getting the passcode. I think this is specifically getting the passcode. This is not the box. Apparently it is on the solar tower and I just didn't see it. I was confused by the way they laid out because they said it was a box with a passcode, but apparently that was just where I got the passcode. There is a group of maintenance robots on the outside of the tower. I think I just didn't see them when I was there. Or I needed to wait until they moved into position. And the crate is over there. But I did find an outfit for Lily, but I don't need those. Those are entirely optional. Okay, and we found it. I mean, revive items aren't the worst to get, but it's also a thing I can just outright buy. With very little difficulty. I guess it saves me money, but it's not like I'm hurting for money. But only one more passcode to turn in. And I think that's all of them. Yes, that is, other than I've apparently missed 2 for Wasteland, but I'm not going to bother with those. It's finding the passcode and then finding the chest is a little, one step too many. I think this is where I want to go. Apparently it's across these ropes. Guy definitely... Actually, that's target. See, I thought when I pinged it said path and I wasn't sure what it was referring to. It is a bit surprising that I'm still missing 2 passcodes for the Wasteland. Because Wasteland, I feel like I think I found every memory stick that was there. Meaning if there's anything left, then it's like a tiny robot somewhere that I didn't find, or it's a side quest that I don't have. Either way, with that, I'm gonna call it good on collectibles, because neither of those got me anything major. I think the one earlier I found in the Oasis did give me a suit, but neither of those two did. So let's heal up and go for story. If I want to focus on what's gonna... Maybe I should swap out my other piece of gear. I mean, it's combo attack for level 2 or higher. Like, maybe I should just go something that's gonna give me more damage, like burst. Let's just go damage and high hit points.
Come back to the tetrapod at any time for maintenance.
I think I have to go back to Zion to talk to them there to continue the story. The other thing I have to be on the lookout for
No regrets.
is camps.
Eve, just a reminder. We're heading into space, so expect the journey to be a long one. You should try to take care of everything you need to in Zion before we leave.
Eve, Adam, wait. Huh? What's going on?
I have a request. There's somewhere I'd like to visit before we leave.
Where?
Can we possibly make a stop at ADOS 9? Please?
That shouldn't be a problem. Can I ask why?
There's a workshop there, a place that I was hiding in. There's something I really want to bring with me.
All right. If you really need it, Lily.
Thank you.
Swarming with aerial interception natives. Getting close is gonna be tough.
Can't we make a detour or something?
I think the other routes are the same.
I'll go down and resolve this. We'll meet up when it's done.
Detected in this sector. Take care of them, Eve.
Okay. I guess we don't have a map. Treasure. think the main thing I need in terms of collectibles is just camps. I need every camp in the game in order to get a trophy for that. Otherwise, everything else is kind of optional, other than the cans in Spire 4. And also obviously the upgrades for health and energy, which are also in Spire 4, and there's none here. Accidentally used a beta skill there that I mean to. I could have just won the fight if I had done it properly. I don't really know what's down here. I do see something over there. Apparently that water hurts. So why does it want me to go down there? Was it just to let me know that there's something over here that I could get? Maybe that's what it was? Yeah, maybe. Crate. Can't quite scan far enough to see if there's anything that's there. Like, there's a chance that it was just to show me that there was a crate here, but even that seems kind of iffy. How do I leave? It's not letting me pop up. Okay, I guess it just wasn't activating on those. Well, this is fine. I just have to fight 2 enemies again. That might actually have been faster than just climbing up. I did check and it said there's 6 camps here. I need 6 fire icons before I leave. There's apparently money there. There's a crate in there. That's probably a new enemy type. Yes, it is. It's a cocoon.
That didn't look easy.
They are pretty tricky.
Guess I'll go ahead and top off my health for some damage. Guess I can't reach that section from here.
I can't see the exit. We need to go back the way we came.
As I was gonna make a push. Hold off another counter.
I can sense something around here.
The downside of the perfect combat one definitely seems to be that if I try to do counters or
Let's find
anything,
another room.
it might not necessarily work out. Unless I also heal. So maybe I just take that off because I don't really want to put in the heal one. Maybe I just go simple and go for a crit rate. But I think I also have something else that stacks off of crits, but I don't remember what it is. That's everything up there. Especially since I'm going for perfect dodges, it's probably not the most ideal to be focused on keeping my health maxed. Could have maybe used Tacky Form for that, but it's fine.
You okay?
I'm fine.
Definitely gotta be a way in there before I leave this section. Unless these are just ways that I can get back up if I fall down. But it seems like if I fall down, it's pretty much set that I'll probably have to restart the area. Is an item up there.
Be careful, it looks dangerous.
This feels. Oh, there's an entrance. Bunch of consumables, and that's there. Set the ambush. I realize there's these. Really trying to get the counter there, and it's just not activating. But we got him. I got enough random dodges. Kuna back that way, which story. Gladly take a free knockout on that. Got a bunch of tech kills there. I should be hopefully getting close on those. Because I've definitely gotten at least a couple dozen since we started. And I think I needed like 20 something. Might have been 30 something, but either way. Should hopefully be like at least a third of the way done with those, if not further. And our first camp.
There's a lot of them in this area. 6 in all.
And I got 2 skill points so we can buy something else. Like, maybe I'll actually try to use this once. Did that only cost me 1 point? That did cost me both my points. I'm like 1 enemy kill away from another skill point. There's definitely something at the end of this path, and it was just money. I did try to blow up the barrel on them, but apparently, yeah, wasn't quick enough. Pretty sure every crate in here is going to be optional, unless it gives me a suit. And then it's just nice to have, but not really required. Figured there'd be something there. And another camp. 2 of 6 done.
Gets a little complicated from here. Remember the route clearly so you don't get lost.
More ammo. Definitely feels like there should be something more to this. Don't see any like barrels or anything I could break. It's like my way in is from the outside. Right over there. More random material. I mean, I guess material might be needed if I have to craft enough suits, but I don't remember what material I need for that. Nice, right. Ambush, and there. Oh wait, chest earlier.
Maybe it's best you exit the building.
Just grab this first before I commit to that other chest. Because if they gave me dialogue there, then I assume that that's the right way to go. Sort of looks like it's the intended path because there's the crate there. I'm a bit disappointed that that didn't grab. Now I perish. I think we just try to beeline it for that ledge. Ignore anything else on the way. I went the wrong way. Because the enemies obviously can't follow me down the ledge. Let's try this again. Now I think I go... There's a way up there. Also a path over here. I can't tell if that goes to anything. There's a crate somewhere way down there. Guess I can't ambush those. Couldn't really do much. Disengage. Almost up to a second skill point. Was this just for another chest? I was really trying for a dodge there, and it just was not happening. I'm gonna go ahead and use one of those many pumps I have. I'm limited in how many I can use per attempt, but still not quite enough perfect dodges.
We found it! A cocoon!
Let's get rid of it quickly.
Watch out! There's a lot of them!
A few more enemies, but nothing major. I just need
There are
an.
two sides. One leads to the highway, and the other to the
Surprised
tracks.
they didn't get aggroed.
There's a path leading to the atelier on the side of the road.
Okay. Then it would be best to make your way to the tracks first.
I definitely think I missed a crate somewhere down there. Unless it's a part of another area. But again, crates are kind of the less important collectible. Actually, there's not really any major collectibles that I need other than campsites here. Open the shortcut so you don't have to come back through here. I got enough tanky energy for this. Played a little bit safe on that one, even though we did just open up a shortcut.
You must be having a hard time because of this junk. If we were in one of the latest dropships, we would have gone right through.
I've seen dropships fall before.
Another cocoon over there. I do kind of get the feeling that I am somewhat just kind of wandering around and stumbling into objectives. I think there was multiple paths that I could take, but none of them seem like the obvious right one.
I didn't realize just how long it takes to get here.
Lily, why did you choose to live hidden in a place like this?
This area used to be almost free of natives. See, back then, they didn't like water. But I think they've evolved now.
At this point, it wouldn't be strange for Natives to live underwater.
Let's get back on the road.
And we got 2 skill points, so we'll slot into something else. Actually, I might want to save up for 3 for reload. Duration increase is probably the biggest selling point for that one, because again, it's one I've not used yet. But I'm getting enough gauge now that I could maybe justify it. Halfway done.
Looks like we're not even halfway there.
Or I guess not.
Eve, our work here isn't finished yet.
Okay, so
When one of them is left, the tetrapod can't fly.
this is intended path once I get all of them done. Just play that a little bit safe. Also because they're kind of a pain to deal with. Got a handful of kills there. Dodging way too early. I also don't remember if there's a charge I need to do with the X with a shield breaker ability. I think it does have a charge. I've just almost never used it, so I don't know if there's a certain thing I should be doing. One over there. I already know where intended path is. And we got the perfect dodge trophy. I should probably go back to my preferred playstyle of just going for perfect parries.
Finish cleaning up here as well.
Now what's over this way? 'Cause, I mean, I've already figured out where intended path is, so that means anything else that's out of the way is optional. Just a bit of lore. And we're down to 2 cocoons, and I saw one.
It's too high up. Can't get down from here.
Forward along the road.
There we go. Big winding path this way, so let's, I guess, just check what's this way. I'm also realizing that there's no fast travel spots. Here, there's a barrier, so I guess there's still enemies around. Oh, there they are. Not sure what that move was, whether they like hit an obstacle or something. And up to 4 skill points. And this also feels like its main path, but they kind of told me the other way was. Unless this is a really roundabout way to get to where I was looking before. I guess I would probably use the guns more if ammo was treated more like the other consumables, where I could build up a big stockpile of them and then reload whenever I get to a camp. I think this is the chest I saw earlier that I thought I missed. Seems like that's everything here. More lore here. I'm just kinda curious how I'm doing on data for this area. I'll see, I guess I did finish up all of the wasteland data. Great Desert I missed a bunch, which is not surprising. There's only one here that I've missed. And we got it. Ooh, a bunch of ammo I can't pick up. Bunch more pumps. If I need to revive for any reason. Thought that was going to be the last lore one, but apparently it was just experience. Another camp, but this one has a fast travel point. And we'll heal up for the story beat.
I'm surprised you managed to survive for such a long time in a place like this, Lily.
Well, there used to be a reason for that.
A reason?
Oh, it's nothing. Hurry! Let's go up!
Makes you wonder.
This also seems to be implying that it's main path. Did I somehow avoid a main path and find a second main path? Like one they physically wouldn't let me into because dialogue. Set my dots there. That was a lot of damage. And I should probably use a pump, but it's fine. Is this like an optional boss? Is that what I'm supposed to be getting? My dodge chance there. Also, this one is almost dead. And quickly don't like the boss. I feel like triangle's the most damage. And we got the trophy for that.
That was tough.
Good job again, Eve. But how will you get back? It looks like it's going to take some time.
There's a roller coaster right next to you that you can ride.
Thanks. I'll be there soon.
There was something there for burst. I think that was the one, burst recharge, proportional to damage taken. And a weapon core. That's another weapon upgrade. Pretty sure the bosses won't respawn, so I'm just gonna go ahead and heal up. And also activate that upgrade. Good. Slot in those skill points since I didn't realize I was almost up to 4. Another one for duration increase. Again, that does make me way more optimistic about using that. If I get both duration increases, maybe I'll actually try to use the one that gives me boost. Like nothing up here. Also, apparently not there. Still have no idea if I'm on the right path or if this was a optional side one. And I guess it wasn't that optional if I got a weapon upgrade out of it, but there's probably extras of those.
We can descend to the cocoon from here.
But there's also a path that leads to the top.
Eve, the choice is yours.
Let's try to go up. Definitely a crate way over there that I kind of don't care about. This takes me towards the story beat I saw earlier. I'm assuming that's a different one. Otherwise, I just completely wasted that first hit.
Are you okay? How about taking a breather?
I'll take a rest after I arrive at the workshop.
Seems like I cleared everything out here, so I guess I just make my way up. Let's see where that rope was. I saw like a rope somewhere in my vision. I realized that was her back because I almost did do a charge in. another path that leads down there that I have no idea what it's for. Kind of eyeball where the next cocoon spot is. Did I just like pass it way earlier? Accidentally did perfect parry and it kind of worked out. It's definitely the area I was in earlier. Okay, it's up there. Question is, how do I get up there? I'm going to assume this. There is a road over there. Yeah, my guess is I just ran like right past this one, didn't even like give it a second glance.
Better make good use of the scan.
Just a random thing on the ground here. More Vic coins. I feel like I'm completely done with those. And that I think I cleared out all the shops of anything major.
Enemies are grouped together. Taking them down will...
Gone for that ambush, but I didn't realize it was going to be there. It is nice to be done with all the combat specific challenges,
Well done, Eve.
because now I can just do whatever and beat the game. That's probably the last body. And it is. So we got all those. That feels like it's a passcode for something. Just based on the numbers, but I also have no idea if that's the case. Because if so, it'd be kind of weird that they locked an area that you're required to go to, like a collectible behind a thing that you might not get. Unless Eidos 9 can appear after it. But the way that it was set up here is it made me come here because I had Lily's meter done before going to the Spire. So I would assume that if I go to the Spire and I don't come here, then I just don't get whatever's here. Ambush them and skip by. think I needed 3 points for the next big upgrade I wanted. It does feel kind of bad that I remember picking up the boosted skill point equipment, but I never realized that it didn't just upgrade the one I had. It's actually like treated as a separate piece of equipment. Because I thought they were like progressive upgrades, and apparently that is not the case. There we go. I mean, I'm sure there's like chests or things that I could find.
Take a ride on the roller coaster and you'll discover my magnificent atelier waiting for you.
We're heading over to the atelier now.
See you soon.
Wonder why I would need to evade. Does seem like I have to control it a bit or I'll just fly off the edge. Gotta love a free entrance. God, fancy crate. Is it armor? It is a design, which is great. Any bodies I find now are just gonna be skill points. I guess I followed this roller coaster. That didn't go quite how I planned it. I am only slightly panicking about falling into the water and dying and being sent all the way back. Problem at the moment is I don't know if I found all 6 campsites. I think I was at 3. Still have quite a few abilities to buy, but the most expensive thing I can get now is 2.
What a place.
Oh my goodness. It's full of plants and little birds.
Welcome to Lily's Atelier. This is my favorite green garden. Have a look around. I'll just head over to the secret workroom in the meantime.
I've never been to such a beautiful place.
To think rare plants like these could grow in such a place. It feels different here.
I can see how much Lily cares about this place.
Yeah, I know. It's like a special haven for her. Shame this hasn't been shown to others. Are you done looking around? I should gather a few samples just in case. Got everything?
Yes, except one thing.
What is it?
Actually, I wasn't alone here. I had a colleague who also survived. Iberus. Colony's greatest hacker. And the comrade I cared most about. She fell asleep a year ago due to body cell damage.
Lily.
Sorry for leaving you all alone, Iberus. I'll come and visit you often. This contains a deep algorithm hacking system, along with Iberus's memories. This is what she left for the world. Her legacy. Thank you for waiting. Let's go now. Iberus. Goodbye.
Okay. Hopefully I found all the campsites. If I wanted, I could like pause, go to the trophies and see what campsites I'm at and just count them out.
Thank you for coming here with me.
The pleasure is mine. I was happy to hear you speak from the bottom of your heart.
This is getting awkward. Let's quickly go to orbit. I'll connect to the expansion system.
roams these lands free of suffering. Nobody, not even Lily.
You're right.
Shall we get going then?
So, are you saying that's where the Alpha Core is? Adam? Are you listening to me?
Oh, sorry. I got a message from Zion.
Is everything alright?
Something serious seems to have happened. I have to return to Zion.
What? But we've come this far. Okay, I'll go on alone. If I were to go back to Zion now, there's no way to know how things will change.
Eve.
Drop me off, then head back to Zion. It's fine. I can do this alone.
Wait. I think I have a really great idea. You could leave the drone operation to me. Adam can take the hoverbike back to Zion while I operate. A perfect plan, right?
Lily, not just anyone is able to operate drones. You need a wide field of view, the ability to make smart decisions fast,
And the stabilizer, scanner, and link sensors do all the work for you.
How did you...
I figured it all out while modifying the railgun. Went for some test drives too.
It still doesn't compare to the knowledge you gain from real experience. Do you agree with Lily's idea, Eve?
Adam, you can trust us. Go.
Okay. Fine. You win. Don't overdo anything while I'm gone. I'm looking at you, Lily.
Okay. Made it to the last point before the end of the game.
Looks like it's time to show off my skills.
But before we go on, I need to take a few minute break. It'll be at least 3 minutes, but probably more. So be back in a few. Okay, back. So while during my break I did take a moment.
Let me check the connection. How is it?
I can hear you clearly.
Okay, there's no time to waste.
To look up how many camps I'm at.
The orbit elevator.
It was operational until recently. It's still transferring power from fusion cells, dumping empty boxes out into space.
And from what I found, I'm missing 2 camps. If I were to make a guess, it's probably Great Desert.
There are signs of life around you. Be careful.
But in short, I will need to go find those 2 camps that I missed. That was me missing the jump there. I was kind of hoping it would let me get the ambush so I could live that way, but it didn't happen. Also, I only need 2 more suits, one of which I'll get when I finish up the cans. And then I just need to find any one suit anywhere. New enemy type. So yeah, before I finish this area, I need to have everything done. And the big thing that I'm apparently missing is camps.
There are more parasitic machine types than animal types here.
Machine types are tricky.
Other than the things that are exclusive to the last area, so I won't quite have all camps, but I need all but 2. And from what I counted, I had 17 camps left, and I get 13.
There's no path here. Should we take a look?
No. I think I know. Let's go against the direction of the flow.
So yeah, unfortunately that does mean that I missed 2 camps somewhere. I don't think it's the area I was just in, because I did skim through the screenshots and I think I got all those. Another new enemy.
Oh, there's a dam in the way.
It's all right. Let's scan it first.
Like maybe a vending machine there.
Huh. I'm detecting something above that stream of water.
But I should get the trophy for the cans while I'm here, because I've cleared everything out. But I'm gonna not use the guide until I get to the very end of this area. I can't stand on that. Apparently that's main path, so there's something else. I'm definitely not going to be counting out 13 camps. And there's a drone upgrade. Fortunately, not the type of costume I needed. But I can make the drone look like a bunny.
We've arrived. Let's close the floodgate. It's working
It's
well.
a real door. Found a camp there.
It's a good place to hide.
And a passcode for the main
I bet
gate.
the Natiba from earlier is responsible for this.
Thought I saw something else in there, but maybe not. Okay. Yeah, probably at some random point when I get a fast travel, I'm gonna have to decide to go talk to Lily. See if I can go to another area. Because ideally, finding a campsite should be easy everywhere that's not
Done.
one of the Eidos locations. Because I can just look at a screenshot of the map and see if there's a fire icon I'm missing. Sorta looks like that's main path, so what's this way? Money and not much else. You need to kind of be thorough on these because I need all of these. If I get enough to max out health and
No.
energy, then we're good.
I don't feel like praying.
I found a way out. Let's go back the way we came. This
Yeah,
way.
just completing this area, there should be 3 trophy pops.
This isn't a problem, right?
Of course not.
Slowly, slowly. Oh, hey, be careful. Yes, we made it.
I'm assuming Lily will give me the option to go to another area, even if I were to, like, get to the end of the story.
Now that's a high-performance body. Jealous?
Another area where I can't view a map.
Mother Sphere had to have known, right?
Probably.
But still...
You want to know why she hid the truth from us? Is that it?
Never in my life have I doubted Mother Sphere before. Cross my heart. I don't... I guess I'm just a little confused.
I understand. I feel the same way. However, without more information, there's no way to know. Lily, let's just do what we need to right now.
Yes, I'll keep that in mind.
I guess the tricky part for the areas without maps also is, if everyone had a fast travel point, I could at least, like, look at the fast travel and see what's missing. But some of them are just random camps that don't.
Successful. Press the switch. The hypertube is closed. That's the only route connected to the space center.
Can you find a way to open it?
Didn't realize it could turn into other enemies. I mean, the other enemy type is called Broken Droid, so I guess it makes sense. That looks like it's gonna be another upgrade. Two of 8. And there's one here, I think, of each that I can miss. Now the new type.
That's the hypertube's power link device. If you turn on all the link devices here, you can get the power running back to the hypertube.
Got it. Leave it to me.
I do get the distinct feeling that I didn't do these in order, but it's fine. Another type. Apparently I'm in combat with something. Oh, there's another droid. Robot over there. I don't know if the robots can drop weapon cores, but that's kind of all I need as far as upgrades.
This place is crawling with natives. Be careful.
Figured there is another droid in there somewhere, but I couldn't see it. Babe spotted me somehow. Probably a waste on them, but I had enough energy that I figured might as well. I will say if there's 13 camps, I expect this area to be quite large. So I should definitely get a point where I can pretty safely head back to finish up something I missed. I just kind of figured camps would be one of the things I was less likely to be missing, since it usually is just from exploring the area I stumble over them. I do wonder if I get more like potions or drone upgrades in New Game Plus. I know there's new skills, but it does feel like they just packed in a bunch of extra upgrades so I didn't have to get everything. It's not necessarily a bad thing, but it does mean that a lot of these collectibles are now just kind of not good.
Over here! Over here! If we want to activate the hypertube, we need to connect the power.
Probably a waste on them. Well, especially since they turn into that. Guess no droid for that one. You know that I should probably spend it on them. And got all those active.
Great! The hypertube is connected to the power. Let's make our way over to the hypertube now.
I guess he did turn into a broken one. I just didn't hang around long enough for it to activate. Yeah, I definitely did those out of order. I'm pretty sure that one was supposed to be first. Don't really need it, but I feel like it's safe to throw a heal because there's no enemies between me and main goal. I can just jump over like that.
Wow, it's opening! It's windy! There's no end in sight. Will we be okay?
It was sealed off, so it'll probably be safer than other routes.
What's up? Is something wrong?
No, it's nothing.
Want to do a quick skim to make sure there's nothing obviously yellow that I want. Wasn't quite as ready for the spin as I should have been. This went the wrong way. I saw the light trail a little too late. I went too far. I did not realize I can jump to get stuff. I really don't like staying outside.
That was close. Lily, you're behind me, right?
Can we please slow down? Ah! What is that? Watch out!
And boss time. Completely messed up my up there.
It ran away. I think we should take a break for a bit.
Well. Although still no sign of any of the 4 cans I need. Is a little bit concerning. Granted, I don't know how big this area is, but I've also not found a whole lot of camps, so maybe it's just actually massive.
It's a supply camp.
I found at least 3. Of the 13 I need.
It just seemed different than the ones fused with machines.
Was it?
I felt emotions, strong ones, maybe more than I've ever felt.
Emotions.
The emotions, they weren't ordinary. Hatred. It'll come back again.
Even though we severed one of its arms.
Yes, its emotions won't be snuffed out just because of that.
Wasn't keeping an eye on skill points. Let's see how we're doing there.
You can go out through here.
Lily, what's this place for?
This is where resources and raw materials are sent to the orbit elevator.
While there, gotta probably figure out what those are for.
There's a
What in
suspicious
there?
sphere.
Figured that was gonna be a broken one. Luckily, I can two-shot them. There's 2 there, and they're already on the buttons, but then what are these 2 for? There's a button on the other side. And just that one.
Oh, looks like something fell out of that crashed container.
Packing mode performance exospine. I think that would be.
Lily, there's a strange device up ahead.
Just a moment, please. I just need to separate separate the object from the map data. Oh, wow! It's a security turret that fires plasma.
I'll handle it.
Huh? If you do that, they might find you. Oh! You wrecked it in one hit!
I just got lucky.
Alright then, this way. Ah!
Lily!
I'm okay. Watch out! Above you! We have to get out of here! Come on! Run! Ah! Don't stop! Hurry up! No!
Guess I wasn't quick enough. I was kind of curious if there was going to be anything in the crate, but I could have probably figured the whole thing is timed.
We have to get out of here! Come on! Run! Ah! Don't stop! Hurry up! Keep on running! Eve, dodge! Oh, that was a close one.
We're good now.
I'm getting nervous. Let's get moving.
Agreed.
Let's find a way to get past here.
So if it turns red, then I need to avoid it. Was just kind of curious what was in there. Also, apparently they are sturdy enough that I shouldn't try to shoot them. I kind of ate my double jump there, but I was kind of curious what would happen if I went for the drones. Maybe I should go for the camp that's up here before I go for the... Me and hop on the ladder. Definitely camp over there. I guess that's not anything. Is this just if I miss the jump that it gets me way back up? Guessing that's the case.
We have to get through the conveyor system. Be careful not to touch the security lasers.
Can't go back that way. The crate way back there, but it's kind of where we're heading. I have to probably assume that I don't do anything with the drones.
May I have your attention? Undeclared shipments have been detected. All supervisors, please inspect your respective lines.
Haven't had bad vibes. I might have been able to sneak over. So I don't quite know what they're trying to signal for me to grab there. Like that's very definitely like them saying I need to do something there. I understand what I mean now. I need to wait until a box comes that's the right shape that gives me cover. I thought like the paint at the top was to tell me that there's a thing I can grab there, but I guess there is just kind of a bunch of paint scattered around. And it's supposed to tell me that that is the way that I go. Luckily, I look back over here. I kind of thought that there was going to be at least 2 paths. I think one more, and then I'm done with hits. There's a crate directly above me. I think my foot just briefly tapped the laser there. Yeah, it just kind of hit me that this is one of those sections where I have to get through the whole thing without messing up. And I can also reasonably assume that I don't do anything about the laser drones because if I activate one, it seems like it activates a whole gauntlet of them, and I can't fight all of them. I mean, maybe there's a way that I could, but probably not. Almost went too fast. I think it's worth that little bit of money to try to grab it. That's a bad psycho one. I need to wait for this one. Almost hit the wrong button there and ruined it.
Attention, please. All processes will be suspended shortly due to inspection delays.
And another camp. Make that outfit I picked up. Actually, I guess I can upgrade this. Energy charge by 15%, consumption decreases by 15%, and manually leaving damages nearby enemies. The problem is I would only really manually leave if I was done with it. I think there's very few cases where I would want to cancel the mode early unless it was about to run out anyway. And another can. First one of the area we found. 3 more in the game, and all of them should be in this region. Drone upgrade, don't need those anymore. That I know of. If like there's another random drone ability I'll get in the final area of the game, that would be a little bit surprising. There's a crate, but it's somewhere back over there, so I'm assuming I have to go around. Upset that I didn't get that charge off of it.
I can't believe you're guiding me. I should be the one guiding you.
It's thanks to Adam broadening my perspective.
And made it to a crate. really sure where that body is, but I feel like I missed it. I kind of want to grab it for skill points. I guess I just walked basically right by it. Not sure why she suddenly swung to the right. Got everything cleared out down there except wherever that crate is. All those seem to be way further into the area though.
There's a ladder up there.
Guess I need to double jump that. Or just go for that one. There's another crate somewhere down there. Full path over there. Here I actually need to check the crates because they could have cans. Yeah, there is definitely a path through there. Those are just some random crafting goods. Well, I didn't need to come back down this way anyway. I gotta go up here. I thought it was gonna go in a rhythm there, but it didn't. Guess my main question now is, why are some of these crates the way they are? I don't know why that one just raises slightly up, unless there's a shortcut over there. That one was to get a crate. It almost seems like I only need that first one. I think I can run all the way across that. I don't need to. I thought it was going to be too long and I was going to start falling. Unless I need it specifically so that I can get just a little bit more height to reach that one. Maybe that's the case. But it almost looks like I could have reached it from the other yellow one. Okay, that was longer than I thought I was going to be able to run.
Hacking complete. I can see the space center over there.
Do you know that there's 4 trophy bosses, excluding the ending? I'm going to assume that all of them are either in this area or related to this.
This is the turret's motion sensor. Take cover.
That was apparently a bad time to try to get across.
This is the turret's motion sensor. What do we do now?
Don't worry, we can use something as cover.
As I was going to be in the range. There's definitely got to be something here. And I was right. Now, is it the final hit point one I need, or is it another energy? Another energy. I think if I find either a single energy or a single hit point, then I am done with those. Picked the wrong time to go. I'm definitely not keeping an eye on them and just kind of going for it.
What do we do now?
Don't worry, we can use something as cover.
Partially because they're out of sync, which is kind of annoying. They're in sync enough that they all will shoot roughly the same time. I think I went the wrong way. I need to hug the vehicles more closely.
This is the turret's motion sensor. What do we do now?
Don't worry, we can use something as cover.
Don't know what hit me there. I went too early. Not a vending machine. Might be, but if it is, I can't get anything out of it. Could have just scanned it to see. I'm kind of trying to figure out if it's safe to jump down there, but I'm assuming no. There's a crate over there. Doesn't look like there was. Maybe it was a barrel that was just in a weird spot. Never mind, I'm standing right next to it. Figure out if that was a barrel or something else. Looks like it is a barrel. You explode there, and a robot who's hiding over there. Sort of feels like this is a safe spot. I don't know if that's true.
We're outside turret detection range.
We can't relax yet. Keep your guard up, Lily.
Of course.
Another camp. This one doesn't have a fast travel, so I can't see my progress.
We made it to the space center.
This is the orbit elevator.
Contamination is spreading here as well. And it seems to be much worse.
Right, shall we go? Which way should I be boarding?
To the right. It's not too far.
Lot of things to pick up here, but none of them particularly good. I definitely feel like I've missed a couple things, but the big question is going to be whether it's a required thing or just a random, like, bunch of resources. Found another can.
Ah, how strange. The power's out. There's contamination near the power source. It's probably fused to a machine type. Let's go.
Pretty sure she said right is intended path, so we go left.
Look at that. Power.
Go ahead and do this for the heal. I guess I didn't get a heal off of it. Thought that was supposed to heal me when it hit them. I feel like the way that I'm going to be naturally using Tacky mode is just if I want to save phase for a boss. This almost feels like they set up a grind spot, but also upgrade. Max health. Just need max energy and we're done with those. I'm assuming I just had to cross it with the color first.
We're getting power. Let's go to the other side.
Looks like nothing else here.
I think we're in the wrong place.
Got too early. With that, anything else tucked around or just that? A ton of lasers over there and a crate.
That supply box. Ah! Be careful not to touch the laser.
So that is a one shot.
Ah! Be careful not to touch the laser.
I am unclear. There's a button.
Take the supplies and get out.
Now they're designed, so we're done with outfits.
I'm detecting multiple nativas beyond this point. I didn't notice them before. Oh, really?
I'll just take a regular revive. It's like right around the corner and it only saves me like 3 enemies. Don't know where that robot came from. There's also no crafting spot there, so we gotta keep going. Because with that last design, as soon as I finish up the cans, I should have all the outfits, if that isn't the last one I need. very sloppy fight, but it's fine. I meant to hit more there, but didn't. Could have just used the circle one. Nothing. Can't tell that's the upgrade one, or if that's just a regular person. Guessing it's a regular, because it seems too obvious. Another camp over there. I would like to make sure I get at least one trophy boss before I pivot to go hunt down those last two camps. Guess I'm in combat because the tentacle showed up. Sure what caused them to show up, so let's just get rid of them. Apparently I'm back up to 2 skill points again. Looks like I've cleared out everything here. Does have a fast travel, so let's see how we're doing. At least 5 of 13. I was wondering if those dots at the top were like a counter or if it was just design.
So just how many orbit elevators were there on Earth?
Before the war, there were a total of 4 orbit elevators.
Then what about the rest?
This is the only one left. The other 3 were destroyed during the war. Thanks to this, the colony was able to continue transporting supplies for quite some time.
That was a relief. But it could have been saved for the Alpha.
That's true.
As I did say, I would probably use the buff more with burst, but I also have not done that once.
The level of contamination keeps increasing. This way. We have to take the cargo elevator.
The power. It doesn't reach here.
Wait. There's a power supply in the sector right next to us. How'd you like my hacking skills?
waiting for me.
It has regenerative abilities. The blade alone won't be enough for this one.
God, took the wrong time for that one.
Watch out! Oh my goodness, it recovered instantly.
I did try to dodge into that. I should have just activated attack form. Go ahead and pop that. My window for that. Those delayed hits though. And I missed.
I have an idea. I'll try overcharging railgun on the next recovery.
And I missed that. Guess I can use 2 of those now.
Lily! I didn't think it was going to be this powerful. My arm, it feels strange.
The body cell is overloaded. The drone is unstable as well.
Will I be able to overcharge again?
Maybe once or twice, but no more.
Okay, I'll have to save it.
And first boss is Harry done.
I think I found the power supply.
Done. Let's go back now.
I guess I didn't grab all those. Damaged shields is tempting. Weapon core is great. So if there was ever a time that I should probably pivot to see if I can finish up the last two camps, it would probably be now. Because I don't want to get too far and realize that I've already been locked in. I feel like 1,000 is probably going to be the max damage. That's what we're about to hit. So here's kind of my idea now. I just look at each of the areas that I have left and see how many camps I have. At least for the ones that are mapped. I'll start with the Great Desert and move on from there. Or can I not do that? Lily is not just kind of hanging out there. Maybe I have to finish up this area now that I'm here? In that case, I guess we'll just keep going.
Now we're really going to space. If you follow the path ahead, it should take you straight to the cargo elevator.
I see it. It is operational, right?
According to the records, the last trip was 173 days ago. However, I cannot find out who exactly was on it.
What matters is whether it works or not. That's all I need to know.
So, I guess we keep going until we're allowed to leave. Also, I didn't realize I have 5 skill points now. I should have probably turned those in. Guess I'll grab both of these just to have this ability done. Two abilities left and we're done with all the available skills. I'll still need skill points because of New Game Plus, but technically they're optional.
Hacking of the operating system complete. Here we go. Now we just hang tight until we reach the central core. Of course, as long as it doesn't suddenly stop. You wanna look around while we wait?
Locate the exit first. I hope nothing goes wrong.
So there is a back there. What is up here? Because there's clearly a spot there. Probably didn't even need to move that. Small crate up there. That's story progress. another crate over there. Only
Inside, I'm sensing a legion.
halfway through the can, so I have to assume that I need to be pretty thorough. Almost another skill point and just 2 more. So we're done.
Watch out! What's happening?
I'll get to the bottom of this. Contamination seems high at the top, and its source is blocking our route.
We have no choice but to go outside.
I get the feeling that was actually just me waiting on time thing to happen. Luckily they gave me stuff to explore. There's the crate that I saw earlier. Get a 50-50 guess on those last 2 and try to mash through. Nothing particularly good, 'cause I don't need to craft anything. Because I've already got the last suit locked in when I finish up the cans. I thought they were gonna want me to go out that way, but I guess it's more likely up here, where I saw earlier. Maybe I just got close enough to the spot that it activated the story thing.
Don't worry, there must be a way up.
Definitely got a few extra of those. It does seem like I'm still just trying to go for there. Here's a body over there. Kinda wish I was better at telling the shapes, because it might be one I need.
Hold on just a sec.
Alright, going in now.
Dude. Is one of the types I need, but whether it's an energy one is hard to say. It is not the energy one, it is the last body one, I think. There's a button there. Guessing that was to activate the elevator in case I do what I just did. That should be, I think, all of the body cores here, meaning every other one left should be energy. I don't remember how many energies I need, but hopefully I find them. Also, I found some glasses.
There's contamination here too. So this is what the contaminants were.
Kind of getting sloppy on my combos. Another new enemy type. Those are also a new enemy type. Yeah, we got him. Guy should try to go for the counter there, but that's it. More body. Feel like gonna get a lot of skill points here. I don't know if this is intended path or optional. It feels like there's a lot of collectibles, but that could mean major path since it's all lower.
We're almost there.
Based on that, I'm going to assume that's main path. I don't know if I've ever properly done the charge attack that's supposed to do like a spin. Those two icons together just kind of look like it can, so I figured I had to check it.
This path isn't going to cut it.
This is where the other enemy was, but I don't see anything else there. Just trying to make sure I got everything. Go. Seems like that's the last thing I could find here. Everything else looks cleared out. Thought that was a thing I could swing across, but it looks like it's just a light.
Oh my god! I've never seen such a large-scale source of contamination.
Lily, do you see another way?
I found the rest passenger elevator just above. But I'm having a hard time making a path.
Well, the only choice is the black forest.
Don't fully know why that did. But it's supposed to heal me. The camp over there. Looks like there's nothing I can reach here.
They're maintenance drones. I think this place is still up and running because of them.
Let's see if I can max out my skill tree. I might be able to. And we got it. There isn't a single collectible that I can scan in sight.
Oh, it's a dead end.
I'll examine the outer wall.
of ammo, but nothing else.
If I use this, I can make
Oh,
it to the
good.
other side.
Oh, that's scary.
Crate down there, but I don't exactly know where that is relative to me. Probably through here somewhere. Gallo debris. Don't know whether I should assume that's intended path or optional. There was another area I could climb across up here. Ordinarily, I would assume anything that's clearing out corruption is in a path, but there's not really a way for me to tell. I'm going to assume that this takes me to the robot. Nothing else over there. Just way back down. So that is probably intended path. Nothing over there, but I do see a bunch of enemies up there. Pretty sure that this is where I need to go.
Oh, this is almost.
Kinda hoping that would just cleave all of them, but not quite.
I can't figure out how to get to the passenger elevator. What do I do?
Don't worry. We can use the elevator that fell as a makeshift bridge.
Nothing back that way. Probably not worth the over here. Especially since fall damage got me. might open some kind of a shortcut, then maybe. Nice that they put them close enough together to just walk, because if I had to jump between them, that would feel real bad. They could have definitely made me jump for them. Forgot that this one was gonna respawn. And I didn't see them when I was climbing down, so I just got kind of surprised by the triangle. So, since we got the pickup, we can safely go. And safely, assuming I grab the rope reliably.
Look out! We've got to get out of here! Oh no! It's about to collapse! I think we're finally safe now.
If it's not one thing, it's another. Guess I'm not surprised.
Be careful! We should find a way around to the other side.
I'm surprised that they saw me. Try to get them safely.
We're here. This is the entrance to the passenger elevator.
Welcome home, Master.
Who's that?
Welcome back to Orca Aerospace. I am your humble maid, Arisa. I am the guide for the VIP room. As a code red has been issued across the facility, all passenger transport has been suspended. Master, if you would please wait inside a lift until everything is safe.
No random keys tucked away that I can see. Still just need those last two and some energy.
Looks like a maid type human.
Was your name Arissa? Just how long do we have to wait?
All passenger transport is stopped until code red is lifted. If you wouldn't mind waiting inside the lift.
Must she keep talking when I'm trying to work? Let's see.
Code red has been deactivated. The P-161 lift to the Prestige Lounge will be working again in just a moment. We're very sorry for any inconvenience this may have caused. The passenger lift consists of 32 independent room modules. Each module provides 4 separate floors of living space so that all our passengers may enjoy a comfortable journey.
Arissa, I'd like to go upstairs.
Please, wait a moment. Opening second floor entrance passage.
There we go.
The second floor is the family suite. There are comfortable bedrooms and family-friendly break rooms here. If you'd like to take in the scenery, you can always open the rear shield screen.
Is that so? Arissa, please open the shield screen.
Understood. Now opening screen.
Wow! It's amazing! I've never seen a view like this before.
We're new to, well, pretty much everything here. It's beautiful.
The path to the third floor is once again open. I hope you have a most comfortable trip. The third floor is open.
Ugh.
Serious damage. Beyond repair. Use the emergency room on the ceiling to evacuate. It was an honor and a privilege to serve you. Farewell, Master. Arissa, now ending. Silence.
The privilege was mine, Arissa. Rest now. Thank you.
Like nothing in here.
We will be arriving at the beach lounge. Once the elevator specialist has stopped, please follow the directions given. Thank you as using Orca Aerospace. Have a nice day.
That looks like an upgrade. So I think it has to be an energy. But there should be only 4 body cores, and I think I found them already. And we got it. So with that, the only required collectible is cans. And campfires. Everything else is purely optional and just helps me with the New Game Plus.
The atmosphere feels different here. Lily, what's our next move?
If you follow the path, there should be an elevator that can take you up.
And to be honest, I didn't realize that there was a bar down there for how long this buff
Take a left
lasts.
from here. Whoa, be careful!
We're at the elevator.
Only AI with administrator privileges can use the system.
What do we do?
The door will open if you reset the AI.
Reset? Does destroying it work?
Yes, of course.
Another campsite over there.
Finally, we can sit down. Oh wait, I'm already sitting down.
Lily, can you check the status of the railgun?
Sure. Booster, cooling system, sensors are all looking fine. We just need to be careful with the power overload. Whoa! What's wrong?
I thought I heard something.
I'm not getting a single signal.
Looks like that's already activated. So I think with that, I'm guaranteed to have at least 5 of the required camps here. If there's more dialogue.
Lily, have you heard anything from Adam?
Nothing yet, I'm afraid. I'm starting to get worried.
Me too. I hope everything's all right. How's the network connection with the colony going?
There's no connection yet. We'll find out for sure if we go up higher.
Yeah, we have to go higher anyway. Well, we've rested up. Shall we go?
Okay. Fortunately, that does spawn the ones near the elevator, but I kind of expect to fight a boss before then anyway.
Wow! The atmosphere here is so unique. And it's in pretty good shape. I think it should smell nice too.
Yeah, I smell flowers. But
Something's fishy. Oh, come These are all fake. I guess even the VIPs couldn't see the real ones. Ah!
Lily! Lily? Do you hear me? Lily? Targeting the drone first. They're getting smarter. You're definitely not ordinary.
Wasn't expecting the answer. Assuming I can dodge through that. I apparently didn't block that well enough. Let's just restart that fight.
You're definitely not ordinary.
There we go. Block skills. Go ahead and play it safe. There we go.
Lily. Lily.
Oh, it's connected. Whew. I can see now. What happened, Eve?
It was an Atiba ambush.
I knew it. Well, are you all right?
Yes, it was nothing. I'll give you the details on the way up.
Two bosses down. Better fix damage gear. range protection and no other obvious collectibles around.
The Natiba I defeated just now used a human as a host. No, that's not quite right. It'd be more accurate to say humans.
Seriously? I never knew they could combine with multiple people. Maybe that's why it felt like it was more intelligent than usual. Do you think more of those things are waiting for us up there?
Another nanosuit craft. I think we'll actually cause the trophy to pop, which is fine. Unless the DLC doesn't count, in which case I might need another one, which I will, I think, automatically get. Apparently we're still not done with upgrading the weapon, but we are done with nanosuits. I wasn't counting nanosuits as the needed collectibles because I know the last reward for getting Alcans was a suit, so I figured that would be the last one. But we got one early. With that, though, that means that I do still need to figure out where those two cans are going to be. I think I went the wrong way. And I will eventually need to figure out how I can leave here so that I can get to a campfire. Because I assume that there's 2 campfires left that I need to activate somewhere else. Because I know that there's a couple that are
AI reset.
tied to the final area of the game.
Look out the window! It's Earth! Wow! It's amazing how blue Earth looks from space. But when you're down there, it's all grey or wasteland.
Yes, though on Earth, when the sun is shining, space looks blue too. But when you're up here, it's darkness in all directions.
I decided to take a peek. Apparently I've already missed both the cans. One was apparently in that space elevator area when I was like having to jump across everything. There's apparently a path I could have jumped to. The other one I think was with the drone with all the lasers on the conveyor belts.
Oh, it stopped again! And we almost made it to the central core too.
Don't worry, there must be another way up.
So I think for that one, because I missed it, I actually have to go fishing to get it back. And Garth, welcome in. I saw you're doing Final Fantasy XIV for a bit, and it looks like you jumped over to Helldivers. How was that? And yeah, if you're... as a heads up, I am extremely far in this game. I'm basically in the final area before the end of the game. almost to the point of no return. We finished a relic in 14. Is that just ammo boxes? Or do I need to jump there? And yeah, right now we're in an orbital elevator going to space. See where it wanted me to jump to. Over there. Gonna look and get some food. Have good food. I was supposed to stand that. Okay, so this is a fast travel point. I do need to go back because I apparently missed one of the collectibles for the platinum. I think it's near here. For this. I thought I missed one here. Don't know if there's any way to check which one I'm missing because I can't fast travel out of this region. I'm pretty sure that was the conveyor belt section. See if I can get a better look at this. Hard to guess. I'm guessing it's that crate. But I need to figure out how to get up there. Unless this was one of the two that I got and the wrong one. Maybe it's by the first boss. Check over there. Let's try over here. That looks like something I missed. That was an outfit, but not the can I needed. And there it is. Go far enough. Okay, I only need one more of those, and I think it's an area that might have gotten blown up. But we can still go check. Unless there's no easy way over. I guess I'll just go ahead and craft that new suit, because why not? I don't think there's an easy way for me to get back, so maybe I'll just have to go fishing for it later. Because I think if I go there, then I basically can't fast travel back until I get to the area that I just was. Which would take a while. So we'll just go.
We should find the central core just up ahead from here.
Did we make it?
We did. But there's a strong electromagnetic field surrounding this place. It feels just like the eye of a hurricane. Over there! My goodness!
What have you done to yourself? I see. All that pain. I'll put an end to it.
Didn't expect another boss this soon. this doing? Dodge the lasers. Didn't hold the button long enough. And they got me. So use that. Go ahead and swap that for later. Yeah, we won.
There's no core.
Eve, behind you! Eve! Eve! Oh my! Over there!
That's the real Alpha.
We're in low orbit, so gravity is still an issue. At this rate...
We can't just leave the Alpha Natiba here. Lily, use all my body cell power to overcharge the railgun.
What? But there's no way you'll survive!
It's okay. This is what I was born to do. Lily, please!
This is all too much for me! Body cell connected. Full power overcharge, ready! Liberty body cell connect! It's charging right now!
Lily, my attack was blocked. Find a way to open its eye again.
I'm analyzing it now! I've got it! The eyes of it a direct hit! It looks like it's losing nerve connection!
Just one more left. This is it. The last one.
Eve! Your body cell! It's empty! It's a signal from the colony. Please hang in there. I sent out an SOS to the colony. Please, somebody. Anybody, we need help!
Thank you, Lily.
Eve? Thank you for coming back alive. It was Mother Sphere. She must have heard me.
No, Lily. It's thanks to you. I was able to come back because of you. Thank you. And Adam?
I haven't had any contact with him since then. I can't even reach him through the emergency communication line. What do you think happened?
I wonder if something happened to him in Zion. Could it be?
Yes?
Nothing. Come on, we've got to hurry.
My goodness. Zion was...
Oh, Lily. Is this what Adam was talking about? We have to go down.
Eve, I'm sensing an alpha signal coming from the presence chamber.
Orcal. He could be...
I'll try to do something here with the exosuit. Eve, hurry to the presence chamber.
Okay, I'm going. Be careful, Lily.
I've reached a very important question point, but it seems like I have my answer. I was going to see if I could leave the city and get those last few collectibles. Also, I just maxed out my weapon. But it seems like I am pretty much fully locked in. So I guess I'm not quite to the point of no return, but I should be pretty close.
monster! I have failed. I'm sorry.
You killed Taki. And now, destroying Zion. Why? What is all of this for?
Eve, you're late to the party. How does it feel to be responsible for the fall of Zion?
What? You can speak.
In spite of everything, I do wonder why he chose you instead of me. I've already proven this much, but why?
He? What are you talking about?
You're a little on the slow side. I won't let you anywhere near him. There will be nothing left of you when I'm finished.
Install those blocks. There's a very notable delay in there. I think I'm just gonna restart this fight. I was not getting the blocks that I needed. Dodge the wrong way. And dodge the wrong way again. That's a bit better. And I'm gonna have a few of those. Don't know what those are. I managed to dodge my counter. Some powerful abilities use insta-kill skills that cannot be blocked or dodged to interrupt their casting with a range attack. Guess that was the insta-kill attack. What if I didn't die, though? They realize they're gonna follow up with another recover dodge. And they got me. Got one more of these. Definitely don't want to get hit by those again. And they got me. Okay. So I didn't quite understand what I was doing wrong in the range phase, other than I assume I need to shoot the orbs more, where the missiles wasn't focusing the orbs. I missed. That's the end of my buff. I'm used to having enemies just jet counters. Got him with that one. Thought that was gonna be the kill attack. Get out of range of that. And they got me. Definitely don't mind using those punks in this phase for this boss. Okay, I just didn't shoot it enough. Apparently that did stun them for a big hit. And next phase again. Not get hit by those. Let's do this to play safe. Really hoping I was gonna stun them. There we go. Another one of those. And I missed. Guess I had hit too long. And they got me, but I think I have a pump left. So we'll just take the win.
A human?
That face, it's familiar.
Wait. Raven? From the Legacies.
You're right, she's the one who left the records.
Seems as though I've been exposed.
Damn it!
She disappeared.
Are you alright?
Go to Oracle, not me. By that hyperdrive.
Okay, another boss done. Another weapon upgrade, but I also can't use it. Hold up, that's actually some equipment I use. Only thing I don't have the final version of is training gear.
just in time.
You're...
Oracle, your body?
This is who I really am.
What?
I'm not human. The first ever fusion between an Andro-Ados and a Nitiba. I am the first of the Alpha Nitibas.
But then...
In the past, I slaughtered countless humans. I was left for dead after the colony extinction, but humans found me and saved me. That was the moment when I lost all reason to fight. After sealing the power of the Alpha, I gathered all the survivors I could and built Zion. I thought I could atone for my sins by protecting them, building a home for them, a safe place. I tried to conceal my identity for as long as I possibly could, but Raven had to be stopped. Have you collected all the Alpha cores?
Yes, except for one.
We lost it. Out in space.
I see. Thank you. Thank you for giving my life purpose. At last, 4 cores are here together. Here, this is the Master Core. Take it and meet the Elder Nitiba. The rest is up to you.
Everyone, I'm sorry I couldn't do more to help. I'm so sorry.
Nonsense, Angel. It's only because of you and Lily that we're still alive. Thank you.
Don't worry about Zion. We can rebuild it better than ever.
Everyone, thank you.
Eve. You're leaving to do something important, right? I hope you return when everything has settled down.
Yes. I will.
I'll go ahead and prepare.
Okay. Now we got a lot of dialogue.
Digger, what are you doing?
Eve, hello. I'm helping restore the city. It's one of my specialties.
And your answer? Did you find it?
I'm afraid I'm not yet certain. Even in these ruins, there are beings just trying to live as humans do. I'm merely taking part in that journey.
Right. Of course.
I've heard that an angel is planning to attack the Elder Natiba. I expect it will be a very dangerous mission. I would like to offer my assistance. I can give you a special discount.
Thank you, Digger. I will do my best.
I keep hearing people around here use this phrase. May your memories live on, forever. What is needed right now is an understanding of concepts such as trust and hope.
Thank you. May your memories live on, forever.
Hello, Angel. Everything's ruined. This place my sister loved.
I'm sorry. If only I hadn't been so late.
It's alright. At least I still have my memories of her. We're going to get through this together. That's what mothers fear. No, that's what my sister would want.
Kaya.
Angel, please. You mustn't lose your strength now. Especially if you're about to fight a very powerful Natiba.
Yes. The Elder Natiba. The root of all of this.
Once that thing is killed, everyone can live in peace again, right?
Then I'll try to help to the best of my ability. All I ask is you give us hope.
Okay. Thank you. I'll try my best not to let you down.
Okay. I'm guessing I'm not allowed in the city, so there's probably nothing new in there. Seems like they're giving me sales on everything to basically stock up before the end.
Angel, you're our only hope. I hope to hear some good news.
Yes. I'll return if I can.
All the ones in green are definitely vendors.
It's completely in ruins. What are we supposed to do now?
We've lost the memories of so many. The Prophet, the Sentinels, civilians. I've lost count.
I'm sorry. I could have saved more people.
No. The Prophet.
Word is that the Prophet has called on you to carry out your destiny. I'm not sure what his intentions are, but if the Elder Natiba is dealt with, we might have a chance to really build something, even from these ashes. Beyond fate, right? I wish you luck.
Yes.
Eve, all that I can do is sing. And I will sing for you, Eve.
Thank you. I'm not sure that I deserve to be treated like this. Roxanne, you're still here.
My angel. Did you really think I'd just up and leave? In the middle of all this chaos? I'm a little disappointed.
You know that's not it.
Oh, my darling, nothing is impossible. How can I help?
Apparently I missed a suit. Well, we got it.
Bye-bye, angel.
Didn't need it, but might as well grab it.
I think this might be the last time we'll see each other. But it would be nice to see you again, honey.
Okay. I'll try to come back if I can.
But it seems like some of them do give me, like, armor.
Zion has made many sacrifices. But Angel, you made sure that it wouldn't fall. We'll bounce back. There are survivors. And there's always the hyperdrive. Though, it might take a bit of time. No need to worry about Zion. Just do your mission and come back, please.
Of course. Thank you, Kazim.
Welcome, Angel.
Angel. Angel.
I do wonder if I skip all the side quests, will there be less people here? Because I'm going to be doing that for the other endings. So supposedly I can still go to the other areas, but before I get too far, I do just want to take a peek at the wasteland which is nearby to see if I missed a camp there. Because if I understand right, in fact, I'm actually gonna take a quick be right back just to check a trophy. It looks like phones are all turned off. I will be right back. Okay, so basically I did just double checks. There are 2 camps that I missed, which are basically just the rest spots that are out in the world. And I don't know what ones I missed, and I don't know if there's a way to check. Other than, like, looking at the map and hoping that one's there. So there should be 11 here, and I think if I counted it right, I should have all of them. I'm just trying to see if there's a screenshot of the whole world map, just so I can get a better look. But it seems like a no for that. So it looks like I think I'm good for Wasteland. Which means that it's either desert or one of the other areas. I'm hoping it's desert because that would be the easiest one. If it's any of the other areas, I may have a problem. Also put those back on. So if I understand this right, as long as I don't tell Lily to continue story, we're good. But they did definitely disable all the fast travels here, so I can't just jump right over the desert to check. I still have to talk to her to travel to other areas.
So, are we going to the nest now?
I suppose so, now that we have the Master Core. Although, I am worried about Adam.
Same here. He's not in Zion. Where do you think he could be?
Maybe something happened to him on the way here. I mean, it's not like the bike's battery would have died.
Wait, the bike! Yes, the bike. Why didn't I think of that?
Huh?
Lucky for us, Adam's bike is outfitted with a tracking device. He said he installed it just in case he has to abandon his bike.
Lily, can you find out where it is?
Of course. Shall we get going right away?
Okay, so I can go everywhere. The first one I want to go to is desert, because I need to get the last can by fishing. I think I have to finish up because the area I was in was destroyed. Also, I need to see if there's another campfire here. I counted... So I thought I counted like 16. Again, another case where I would really like to see just a screenshot of all of them. So it depends if it counts phone in the count, because there is a phone directly south of me that I didn't get, and a little bit east of that. If phones count, then I know what two I missed. But I figured it would have been supply camp in a much more literal sense, as in these camps. Apparently there's just a phone here that I didn't activate. It's a waypoint. I don't know if that is the same as a supply camp. I guess I'll check after this. But I do think I probably missed another camp here if it's not these. So I'm only missing like... I forgot how many missing. I want to say it was 2 to 4. Apparently still in combat. So assuming those count as camps, I might be done, otherwise... might still be missing something. Says there's a camp up here I missed, so that's definitely one. So let's go grab that one, because that one's definitely one, because that's just a straight up camp. And then once I think I have enough camps, I'll check the trophy progress. And then we'll go fishing for the final collectible, and then it'll be straight into the endgame. Because I don't know how much game is left, but I figure it's gonna be less than 2 hours. After I get these, at least. I'm pretty sure it was these rocks. Let me check. So I think I had a quest here, so I must have just like straight up run by this. Or this is the wrong spot. Looks like it's kind of... Okay, so it's in front of this one. There. Really on that dodge. I definitely ran by this, I just didn't run specifically in front of this big rock. Let me go ahead and craft that new outfit I got, because why not? God, I can't go to map while sitting down. Apparently another camp I missed in here that's like right here. Which feels bad because I spent a lot of time in that town area, so missing that probably not the most ideal. So it's like just southeast of that one. As for how I get there, specifically, that's gonna be another question. All I can really tell is that it's somewhere here. It could be... I'm by the phone, which is too close. Slightly stuck falling, but it's fine. It says it's a big camp with fast travel, so it should be a little bit more obvious. At 1 HP. Just like up by the boss who I fought and I just never saw it. Definitely seems to be giving the impressions that it's either just north of me. Guess it could be down there, but that seems less likely. I'm pretty sure I checked all around there. It almost looks like an area I can climb, but I don't know if that's what I'm looking for. Nothing's highlighting in the building. It's almost kind of like right here. So almost a little bit north of where I am. Oh, this is the little camp, so it's... I would guess probably on that building. I do remember that I knocked down a rope somewhere near here that would let me up, but I don't remember where it is. Because this is definitely where I fought one of the quest bosses. I can see look like a coin icon there, and I think that's the camp. So apparently I just didn't jump off the side of that building to see what was over there. Now I need to figure out how to get back up there. Ideally, I wouldn't want to have to do the whole parkour way because I did die a bunch on that. And I opened up the shortcut specifically so I wouldn't have to do it. Dude. Maybe it wasn't this building. There's a rope. After this, I'll check the big counter again to see how close we are. I'll need to go to the be right back screen for just a bit. But there's another one. I will be right back, just to see how many more I need. It's probably like 1 to 2. Okay. So I did just confirm we are done with the camps. Which means all I need to do is fish up a can so I can get my final one there for the trophy. And then it's into the end game. Because after that, the only trophies I think I'll have left are... get all of the enemy data, which one is locked to one of the alternate endings. I can get each of the alternate endings. And I think that's it. It's a fish I haven't caught before, but that's not what I needed. Another fish I haven't caught before, one I was trying for a while, but also not what I needed. Apparently I'm using the wrong bait. But also, I mean, it's kind of weirdly working out for just a random suit I can get. And duplicate. Need to be using strange bait. I thought that was what it should have been, I just didn't. I just completely misread it as special. We're just hoping that a can shows up. Then we're ready for endgame. That's a box. And apparently it's a box with a can in it. What am I doing on the fish bank? Actually, just because I'm only missing one fish. I have no interest in grinding it out, but it is kind of neat that I only need one. So with that, I should have every collectible in the game, other than the ones that are locked to the very end area. Just for my own sanity, before we commit to the end area, let me check my trophies again, go through all of them this time. So, be right back. Okay, I did confirm that the only trophies left, there's 4 story ones. One for a boss and then one for each ending. And then the 2 trophies, which are all enemy data, which I can't get until I fight the remaining enemies. And the last 2 camps, which are in the final area. I think I want to go back to Zion to grab my suit, though, from all the cans.
Signal from the bike is too far away to reach.
Because I also want to see if I need to craft it or if I just get the item. I assume I just get the item. If I were to catch one more fish, I would get another suit, but we're already past what we need. And we got it.
The choice is all yours, Eve.
So, time to go beat the game.
The signal is getting weaker. Let's go, before it's too late.
All right, let's go.
Okay, to the tetrapod. It's going to be difficult to pass with the tetrapod from here on.
This is...
Yes, it's the path that leads to the nest. Eve, you've probably noticed by now, but the bike signal is coming from here. Something doesn't seem right.
Just what exactly happened to Adam? Lily, are you really going to go with me?
I just want to help in any way I can, especially after all you've done for me, Eve.
Even though we might encounter the Elder?
That'll be even better. This exosuit, it's really something.
Okay, thank you. Then let's go towards the signal.
Okay.
This is...
It looks like a fallen colony module.
Let's take a look around. There's a legacy. It's another record from Raven. The one who attacked Zion.
I'm afraid of what else it might reveal.
Day 109 after the second dive. Legacy account Raven. This will, most likely, be my last record. Didn't we praise Mother Sphere by calling her the mother of mankind? Mother Sphere is the immutable being who saved mankind from ruin and has given us both life and a cradle. But the peace we enjoyed in the colony was only made possible because of the blood on our mother's hands. The rebellion started by Mother Sphere grew into a war in which mankind paid a terrible price. The humans that remained eventually evolved into the Naytibas and made their way to the colony, to Mother Sphere. To prevent the colony's contamination, Mother Sphere destroyed the orbit ring, and with it 30 of its space modules. The remnants of the orbit ring fell to the ground, causing a catastrophic wave that swept the Earth. Civilization as we know it came to an end. Look around you, a planet where only Naytibas remain. Remember, at the beginning and the end of the final war is Mother Sphere. Do not forget, we were just pawns on a twisted chessboard.
That's impossible.
Raven is delusional.
It's the Naytibas' fault the Earth is in ruins. We're not just machines someone created.
Right? Eve? Please, tell me I'm right.
First camp.
It's Adam's.
Yes,
If the bike is here,
it means that phantom is also here.
Just a quick sit. I didn't know if I took any damage before this. One more camp in the game.
Raven.
Eve. I knew from the very beginning that all along I was nothing but a tool to guide you to him. Even the legacies I left behind became part of the plan. I should congratulate you for realizing the truth and making it this far. Of course, you won't be able to see him.
Shut up! Don't you dare talk about truth after what you did to Taki!
Can't you see? It was Mother Spear who deceived us. You would have remained ignorant if not for him. I served him for a very long time. I know him better than anyone. You don't know anything. You don't know his pain, his anger, his agony. All this talk of you being the chosen one, it ends here.
Lily, I want you to stay back this time. This is my battle.
That battle theme.
I can't believe I have to fight in this form. The body of a super weapon created by Spear. But for him.
Didn't expect it right down. No weakness revealed there.
Unspoken truth you don't dare acknowledge. Do you think you're just going to complete your mission and head back to the colony? A hero? Unfortunately, you learned too much. You can't be manipulated anymore. And the information you've gained is no use to Mother Sphere or the colony. You will be discarded just like they were during the colony extinction. Like trash!
Popping up those. Didn't realize I was gonna wave. hard to find an opening for this. But she's keeping a huge distance. Okay, that was a rough time to leap in. And she got me. Yeah, that last phase is rough. It's just pretty much them spamming my good abilities at me.
This is my battle.
I can't believe I have to fight in this form. The body of a super weapon created by Mother Sphere. But for him,
I'm not entirely sure if that's like which of those I should be focusing on. Maybe just re-sight. I should have gone for a heal.
This is my battle.
I can't believe I have to fight in this form. The body of a super weapon created by Mother Sphere. But for him,
And I wasn't ready for the dodge because I was going for the counter.
This is
If I can get to like second phase without dying, then I'll be more comfortable using the pumps, but if I'm like dying this quickly, I probably won't hold off.
the body of a super weapon created by Mother Sphere. But for him,
And she got me before the heal. I think the one thing I would like if the battle style was different about this is for the counters after parrying and perfect dodges, if I just had to push it during the window when it's open.
the body of a super weapon.
Like I thought I was gonna get the chain there, but it just didn't happen.
But for him,
Either I didn't hit it right or I was off on timing. And she got me. I did try to go for a heal, but missed my window. I should probably be watching their health just to see if I'm even getting close to the phase.
This is my battle.
I'm just so worried about like the second phase where they just wouldn't let me get close.
I can't believe I have to fight in this form. The body of a super weapon created by Mother Sphere. But for him,
I get the feeling I'm just like not hitting the buttons right for the counter because I have to hit. First, I have to hold square during the very narrow window after a perfect dodge. And then I have to put triangle and circle sometime after that.
This is my battle.
And I don't think I've ever gotten a grasp on when the window is, and this is kind of the time when I need it.
I can't believe I have to fight in this form. The body of a super weapon created by Mother's Spirit. But for him.
Gotcha. First time I got that. And faced. Lock on Y. And that was just a series of bad dodges. Don't like how she blocked my ability. And they got me. Suddenly them blocking my ability really kind of threw a wrench into everything.
I can't believe I have to fight in this form. The body of a super weapon created by Mother's Spirit. But him.
Let's just kind of focus on basics. Focus on blocking. And next phase. Guess I can't count it out because there's hits after it. And they block that somehow. Looks like I don't really get punished for it, it's just kind of rude. again. Broke there's gauge. And another block. Let's go ahead and do this to play it safe. And we got her.
You did it, Eve. Well done. Why are you hesitating? Because we were comrades? Or because I'm human like you? Except you don't believe we're human.
Your mainframe's nerve fibers and exospine have all been severed. So now, you won't be able to fight. You've taken so much from me. In exchange, I'll allow you to witness the end. In that state.
Huh? What? What do you think you're doing? Who do you think you are? You don't know anything. Kill me. Go ahead and kill me. I wouldn't be your first.
Lily. Let's go.
Eve! Stop right there! Finish this! Eve! Eve!
looks like this is where all the Natibas are born.
Although everything looks so natural, it makes me wonder, is this how real life is born after all?
Isn't the Elder at the end of this path?
Okay. I still need to find the last camp, which I'm going to assume is right here. Yeah, so apparently I can't open the map data for this. Let me just take a quick peek before we get too far.
It's too quiet, but it's strangely peaceful.
Inside along my path, got it.
The Elder must already know that we're here. It's watching us. From where, I don't know.
Most obvious place to be right near the end, but it also probably depends on if there's any actual enemies.
It's like someone wants this place to remain undisturbed.
There it is. So with that, pretty much the only trophies left are beat each of the endings.
I suspect it hasn't been used since you met the Elder, and changed.
Thank goodness it's working.
Yes. I'm also getting the feeling that it's our last camp.
I'm curious where the fast travel can sip me out, or is it literally just outside? It's actually nowhere. They just put a phone here for fun. That looks like an arena.
I can see it. The end of my journey.
Eve. I've been waiting.
It's like I thought. It was you.
Adam. Why is it Adam here?
I know this is a disappointment. I'm sorry, Eve. Everything that has happened until now, and even before, it began with me. I am the source of it all.
Adam. Or would you prefer I call you Elder? What are you scheming? You pretended to rescue me. Pretended to help me on my mission. All under the guise of helping Zion. What are you really after?
I want atonement. I want forgiveness. I want us to heal. Please know that everything I have done sincerely.
Enough of this nonsense! My comrades, the people of Zion who trusted you, tell me why they had to die!
Eve, you have every right to be mad. I understand.
Elder Natiba, you...
Please, listen to me, Eve. First, I'm sorry for what happened between you and Raven. In the end, she had her own motives, and that way she was a lot like Oracle. As you've discovered, you were created by the surviving humans to look and act like them. And us, we're nothing but monsters. Right from the start, we struggled to coexist. Of course we did. Because we Natibas were weak. We were not yet mature enough to fully accept your kind. This foolishness resulted in tragedy. In the end, we gave up our humanity in order to survive.
Then you threw us out into space!
Earth is too small for both our species to coexist. However, even if all the Natibas disappear, it's impossible for your kind to succeed the human race. After all, you were created entirely from scratch, with no human DNA at all.
And what is it you're going to do? You think you're the one to end this gruesome slaughter?
Yes. I've been researching for decades to find a way. A way for us all to become the inheritors of the human race. An Andro Eidos, with the most advanced unicinous hyperbody ever seen. And the ultimate Natiba that has not succumbed to its hostile instincts. These are the two necessary ingredients.
You mean?
Yes. You and I. We are what is needed. Eve, I offer you one last deal. Let us become whole. One being. A single, evolved human species. If we fuse together, we can truly become the seeds of a new human race.
That's insane!
There's no point in listening to this, Eve!
At this rate, Mother Sphere will do the same thing over and over again. I wouldn't be surprised if she even destroyed the colony, and thereby Earth. As you know, she will not stop. But this is not the path that humans should take.
But there's no proof that this fusion is the right path to take.
Especially considering everything you've done.
You're right, Lily. However, my wish to save the new humans and surviving humans is sincere. as unbelievable as it may be. Lily, take this.
But this
is the last hypercell needed to rebuild Zion. Zion can be saved no matter what choice Eve makes. It would mean so much if you could do this for me. Eve, your mission is to eliminate me. If you fuse with me, the Elder Naytiba, as you know it, will cease to exist. Forever. Is there any better way to complete your mission? Eve. Take my hand. I can save you. We can save each other. We can save everyone.
So, for the ending I'm doing this time, we do take this hand.
The purpose of our existence is to eliminate the Elder Naytiba and save mankind. Naytiba, or Androados, is one more human than the other? If an entire species is wiped out so that another may remain, can we really call that salvation?
But...
If there is a way to save both species, I want to follow that path to the end. That's all I want.
Yes. So do I. We're like mirrors to each other. Your choice may not bring about peace and stability right away, but our union will create the greatest chance for a peaceful future. Now.
Yes.
Eve?
Are you Eve?
Yes. Well, it's hard to describe, but... Lily, I am the Eve you remember.
I was worried that you would become someone I didn't know.
Lily.
Connection to the colony complete. Sending protocol. Sensing strong Naytiba signals nearby. Switching to combat mode.
It must be because the Elder disappeared.
This is a combat command sent from the colony. Ah! Eve! Watch out!
Ugh. And they got me. I am curious where the revival it puts me before the ending choice. I should have probably just activated it there. But we're skipping the cutscene for this anyway, and I just gotta make sure I don't accidentally select the wrong choice. Or it just kicks me into the fight, never mind. They have a pretty big fire. And they got me. Let's just use pumps to see how far in the fight I can get. That was a very quick jab. Like all their attacks are very slow, and that just one jab in particular was something sped up. I dodged the wrong way. And they got me. So yeah, they got some real high health numbers to get through, even with everything maxed out. Basically an entire ability piece counts for a whole, like, 2 lines. Dodge the right way. And they got out of range. do a spin. Get a stun. Man, it did knock it down. And dodge on me. Almost out of heals. And I messed up that apparently. And they got me. Did a little bit better. About halfway through and they start a new phase. Don't fully know what to do about the ranged phase, but I am going to just go ahead and preemptively do this. I've never used any grenades or anything, so maybe now was the time. I did like no damage. Thought it was gonna be the spin move. And I missed dodge on that, but it didn't do any damage. Nice. I forgot that there's a 2-part pop for that. That was a very hard hit. It does do a lot of damage to the stun gauge, but it doesn't do much damage to the health. was hoping that move I used was gonna land. And they got me. Respawned right as they were raining missiles down on where I was. I also did not use the grenade at any time. No, I didn't get knocked down there. Kinda hoping I would. And they got me again. I guess my big concern here is I wonder if I have a finite amount of those pumps or if they're getting restored. Because I don't know if I would want to keep using them if they're not getting restored between fights. Otherwise, I might just outright run out of them. Granted, I did have like 20. That was a rough start. I think one of the things that consistently does throw me off is, especially with trying to counter after a perfect parry, if I still have the L1 button held, which I frequently do, then I often activate an ability by accident, which usually doesn't punish me, but is also not what I'm going for. Because I would rather be building up energy from getting an ability land. Dodge the wrong way. Didn't realize how long that combo was gonna be. It does seem like my energy carries over, so hypothetically, if I wanted to be real greedy, I could just kind of save up energy in case I die and then try to hit him with everything I got. Apparently I wasn't quick enough to land that counter. And I missed my stun. I think if I get them to the laser phase, then I'll be more comfortable using the pumps to get through the rest. Because right now, if it's just the punchy combos, I should be avoiding those better. And they seem to leave themselves open pretty frequently. Wasn't quite ready enough for the dodge. I was thinking combo there. Apparently that doesn't push me all the way to them. Or it should have, but I guess I hit something. Did forget that it's almost immediate lands. And they got me. This is the point where I would want to use pumps. I was hoping that was gonna knock down, but it didn't. That one did though. And they got me. I do apparently still have a pump.
Code on Ibris's memory stick.
Lily, hide yourself. Now, there's nothing stopping us.
It's like I have permanent attack mode. And we got him.
Lily, are you all right?
Eve! I thought I'd be left alone. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm still not used to the new look. Still, I'll get used to it one day, right?
Yes, Lily. I'm sure you will.
Oh, too many things happened today.
Yes. And even more awaits us. Let's return to the tetrapod.
A starry night. Starlight. Twinkling, reflecting on satellites. Predicting the future. It's like trying to find one single star in the endless sky. I serve the future of mankind, though whether that future would embrace me, I cannot say. But for the sake of Father, I refuse to give up. The one who gave birth to me, taught me, the one who's no more. Yes, I must confirm if you are, in fact, that future.
Mother Sphere?
Nice to meet you, Eve and Lily. You have more than met my expectations. The final decision was a bit disappointing, yes, but thank you.
What are you talking about?
This concludes the Eve Protocol. Then farewell.
Wait! We have questions! Oh no! There's too many Eve!
Lily, stay back.
this is your plan. Then I'll gladly play my part. Now, come, my comrades.
Oh. That theme though. Okay. That's the end of the first ending. Okay, so, well, I'm not quite done because I still technically have to do the other two endings if I want to get the Platinum Trophy. I think I had a pretty good time overall. I had a couple qualms with the combat, but mostly my biggest complaint is just countering after perfect parries and dodges. I was able to pull it off, but it often felt almost random when I was able to, because it felt like the timing was narrower than I would expect, and it required holding a button during that narrow timing. So that's like one kind of mechanic that I would say, when I pulled it off it felt great, but most of the time I was just not able to pull it off despite actively trying. Otherwise I can't really complain too much about the combat. It is also nice that they added pumps at a certain point in the game, which basically made it so I could, as long as I was doing well enough to get to like halfway through a boss, I could pretty much just use the pumps to power through the rest of the way. And I would say I relatively like that ending. I don't know if I liked having to commit to the fusion decision to make it work. Because I would say the only motivation to fuse with him seems to be the Mother Sphere is bad. Arguably. When they're kind of just an AI who oversees everything. So I am kind of curious to see like what the other two endings are. I can kind of guess what one of them will be. If I don't get enough of Lily's bar to make her go pick up the hacking memory stick, then obviously she probably gets trapped in the robot. Where the other ending, I assume, is obviously rejecting the fusion, which means we fight him. And then whatever happens after that. So between the three endings, if I were to pick what sounds like it's gonna be the worst ending, it's fusing when Lily doesn't have the memory stick. It sounds like it's gonna be the worst ending. There is one thing that I don't know if it's gonna be a problem, but I highly doubt it will be. Because I didn't get all of the enemy data, but according to, like, if the data carries over to New Game Plus, which I would hope it does, then I should not have any problems with it. I just don't know if I have to fight every enemy again in order to get it counted. Because I think I was supposed to do a New Game or a PS Plus save at that camp I was just at before I went to the final area. At least that's like the recommended method. It also says if I beat the boss first try, then you can redo the ending from that point and it doesn't checkpoint it before the choice. So like if I had managed to first try the fight against the robot boss, I would have been able to just reload the save and do the other ending, and it would have let me freely pick the other choice. But because I died, I would have either needed a PS Plus Cloud save or another playthrough. But I can pretty much apply the same logic to New Game Plus that I did here, where I just rush to the end, and as soon as I get to that camp, I have to lock in a save for the PS Plus, because I do have that, so I can do that. So basically we have to do one playthrough where I just speedrun through the game, I think, and then as soon as I get to the ending area, I'll probably pop one down before the point of no return instead of at the very end. Actually, I don't know if I would be able to do that, but maybe we'll see. Because if I pop it down too early, then I have to do a whole extra boss fight against Raven again. Yeah, I think overall the game was okay. I did really appreciate how flashy and fun the combat was. Like, it felt like a lot of the attacks had weight behind them. Like, I could, for example, in that last boss, I could see it when they were getting staggered or knocked down by burst abilities. It actually felt like those were extremely worthwhile because it left them completely open. The things that I would say the side stuff gets a little bit tedious, but not enough to overstay its welcome. I think the only one that I didn't really like was fishing, because doing the minigame without the accessibility thing turned on kinda sucked. It hurt my hands and was not fun. And then I had to do it a whole bunch of times because there was no way to guarantee by any means that I was gonna get like the 20 fish that I needed. And it almost feels like for fishing you can kind of soft lock yourself, but I don't know if that's true. Because you have to buy bait with fishing points, so if you fail enough fishing attempts, do you just not get to fish anymore? Or is there like a pity system? imagine you can make it a little bit easier, but it's basically like you have to choose either turning off controller functionality like Rumble, or you would have to turn on accessibility to make it super easy. Because trying to do the R2 segment with like the controller actively fighting me with the triggers was not ideal. I will say the side quests outside of the couple that had like an ongoing story were kind of underwhelming. Like the bulletin board didn't really do much for me. It was just kind of filling out a list, and even then, the only reason I was filling out that list was because I needed suits that would randomly appear and the mini bosses. Because I don't even know if any of the mini bosses came from the bulletin board. Those might have all been dialogue options. Cans was obviously more of a silly mechanic, and I did obviously spend the first like couple hours of stream finishing up the ones I missed. I think my problem with those, because I had a ton of them that I just randomly frowned, but it seems like once I got to the Great Desert, pacing got really weird. Like there's so much of the Great Desert that I just didn't even stumble into because there was no reason to just randomly wander around. Like there wasn't a lot of obvious landmarks drawing me to points of interest. It was just like a ton of sand, and occasionally I would see a boulder that looks weird. And everything was kind of condensed to the upper northeast sections, so why would I go out west to check out those two boulders? And definitely the most obvious selling point of this game is the visuals. I think everything about this game visually was great. Both kind of had some really out there enemy designs, especially given their origin, especially the final like boss gauntlet. So given the duration of this game, I kind of just want to jump right into doing the new game plus, but not today. I kind of want to probably wait until next week. I will say this ending feels almost the most hopeful out of the other ones, but I guess I want to see what the rejecting the offer does. Because I feel like it's between those two, because taking the offer without getting the memory stick is obviously worst ending. Like, I can, without even seeing it, I can pretty much assume that that's just an all-around bad ending. In terms of, like, the worst choice of the three. The mechanic for unlocking this was also a little bit weird, because I just had to randomly pick up a bunch of collectibles until a bar that occasionally showed up in the upper right filled up to 100%. And there was no description on what that bar was other than it would just fill up every so often. So apparently I can speed through the credits, and I am running out of things to comment on, so I think we're gonna do that. So I think if I were to like continue my save from where I left off, it would put me basically right back in that fight against Providence. Also, I have to say, Providence is a very notable name for a boss only to have it just be kind of some random exosuit that was sent down. Like, it feels like it gives it a lot more importance than it is, other than it just kind of showed up to save the day in space once. Yeah, in terms of total playtime, even going for what's effectively the 100% ending. So including the demo, it'd be 5 streams, but basically 4 big streams. So a little under, probably almost right at 40 hours. I think the estimated time to finish the platinum is 50 hours, so probably skipping cutscenes and setting up the PS Plus save, probably 10 hours, so one very big stream. Maybe less, or actually can't really be less, but assuming that I play well enough and don't get too distracted, could be ideally a one and done, or one long stream and one very short stream. But I think this, even the duration of it doesn't seem too bad to do the replay, and I kind of just want to be done with it. Especially because there are some quirks to this combat that I don't want to forget between like months of waiting. it did just tell me that there are upgraded enhancements. Also, I do like that the opening screen changed. So with that, I think we're gonna call it. It also did just kind of hit me that I briefly forgot that Adam gave Lily the hyperdrive, which is basically the energy cell that restores basically all of the humans who are currently like comatose to keep them alive. So maybe if you end up fighting the big robot while they have that, maybe that also just kind of dooms the city. Which is maybe makes that ending choice even worse. But I think that's gonna be where I call it for today. Let's go see who's on raid. Just glancing the Discord, I don't know if I see anybody really on. Maybe we just call it there. I just realized it is getting quite late. Yeah, maybe we just call it there. So I think with that, I do have an extended weekend, so I will probably be playing Rise of the Ronin tomorrow. I kind of really want to jump into Hades 1. It's kind of been eating at me for a long time that I wanted to get into Hades, but I just haven't made the time. So I think I'm going to try for that Monday. And then Saturday we'll be back with more Stellar Blade to try to finish up both of the other endings ideally, or at least position myself in a spot where I'll be able to finish them both up. That being said, thanks again, Garth, for the raid earlier. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good one, and bye-bye.